very nice.
Thank you.
It keeps getting shorter.
Yeah, this is actually how I want it, but I think hairdressers like to be careful and not,
Right.
they don't want you to be upset or something. So
No, I know.
I appreciate their carefulness.
Do you put your jackets just...
If you'd like, we
There is a
also,
coat room.
up and to the right, if you would like to hang your coat. Good morning. Good. What's that?
Take a book, read.
If you like to, it's your Shabbat, so do what you like. We are. It's page 18 in that book. For Rabbi.
185 if you're in the thin blue books, the bracketed blue. I enter this sacred space to voice the longings of my heart in prayer, in sacred company. I offer my love to the Holy One. Together, I devote myself this morning to psalm and song, study and prayer. May my heart be lifted, may my thoughts be deepened, and may my soul, like the eagle, soar. 186, full of gratitude. Modeh, modah, modim. Claim your pronoun, hold your gratitude. Modani, lefanecha, melechai, v'kayam, modani, lefanecha, 188 at the bottom. Esa einai el heharim, I lift up my eyes to the mountains. This is where I make my connection with Ein Sof. Esa einai el heharim, me'ayin, me'ayin, yavo ezri. Esa einai el heharim, me'ayin, me'ayin, yavo ezri. 194. Using your inner eye, your third eye, to do a body scan of gratitude. Habayit hazeh, haguf hazeh, this gratitude for being. We pray, Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher yatzar et ha'adam bechokma, uvaravo nekavim nekavim, chalulim chalulim, galui v'yadua, lifnei chisei chevodecha, she'im yipateach echad mehem, או יסתם אחד מהם, אי אפשר להתקיים ולעמוד לפניך.
ברוך אתה אדוני, רופא כל בשר ומפליא לעשות.
Amen. For the gift of nishima, breath, for the gift of nishama, soul 196. Always brackets.
אלוהי נשמה שנתת בי טהוראי. אלוהי נשמה שנתת בי טהוראי. אלוהי נשמה שנתת בי Elohai neshama shenatata bi. Baruch atah Adonai asher biyado nefesh kol chai v'ruach kol basar ish. Amen. 198. Nisim shebachol yom. Birkot HaShachar, when the sun comes up, our ability to discern gratitude, Hallel, in every aspect of the universe. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lasech vivina, lehavchin ben yom u'ben laila, for awakening. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, pokeach ivrim, for vision. Amen. Baruch
atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, matir asurim, for the ability to stretch. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, zokef kefufim, for rising to the new day. Amen. 200. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, rokah haaretz al hamayim, for firm earth to stand upon. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Hamechin mitzadei gaver, for the gift of motion. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, malbish arumim, for clothing the body. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, hanoten le'ya'ef koach, for renewed enthusiasm for life. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, המעביר שינה מעיניי ותנומה מעפעפיי, for reawakening. 202. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, sha'asani b'tselem Elohim, for being in the image of Ein Sof. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Sha'asani bat chorin, for being a free person. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Sha'asani Yisrael, for being a Jew. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Ozer Yisrael b'gvura, for purpose. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Oter Yisrael b'tifaraha, for harmony. Amen. 204. The crowning blessing as engaging in Torah leads us from blessing to responsibility, from responsibility to privilege, from la'asok b'divrei Torah to all of the other commandments. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kitzanu b'mitzvotav, v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah. Amen. 206. Elu divarim she'ein lehem shior, she'adam ochel perotehem ba'olam hazeh, ve'al keren kayemet lo la'olam haba, ve'elu hein kibud av va'ehem, ugemilut chasadim, v'ashkamat beit hamidrash shacharit ve'aravit, v'achnasat orachim, uvikor cholim, v'achnasat kala, ulvayahat hamet, v'yun tfilah, v'hava'at shalom ben adam lechavero, v'talmud Torah, keneged kulam. Amen. 209. I find by experience, not by reasoning, but by my own discovery that HaShekhinah is near me and I can be near Ein Sof at all times. I cannot explain it, but I am as sure of my experience as I am of the fact that I live and love. I cannot explain how I have come to live and love, but I know I do. In the same way, I know that I am in contact with God. 213, 212, Psukei de Zimra. Baruch she'amar v'haya ha'olam, Baruch hu. Baruch she'amar v'haya ha'olam, Baruch hu. Baruch oseh v'reshit, Baruch omer ve'oseh, Baruch gozer kayem, Baruch merachem al haaretz, Baruch she'amar v'haya ha'olam, Baruch hu. Baruch she'amar v'haya ha'olam, Baruch hu. Baruch merachem al habriot, Baruch mishalem sachar tov l're'av, Baruch chai la'ad v'kayam la'netzach. Baruch she'amar v'haya ha'olam, Baruch hu. Baruch she'amar v'haya ha'olam, Baruch hu. Baruch hu. Baruch atah Adonai melech
Mehulal Batishpachot. Amen. 215. Hallelujah. 218, Psalm 150, literally celebrating Hallel in every aspect of the universe.
Hallelujah,
Bekacho, Hallelujah, Berkia Uzo, Hallelujah, Begvurotav, Hallelujah, Berov Gudlo, All HaNeshama, Tehallel, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Take a shofar, Hallelujah. Benevel v'chinor, Hallelujah. Betofu machol, Hallelujah. Bemim ve'ugav, Kol HaNeshama tehallel, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Kol HaNeshama tehallel, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Betzilzalei Shama, Hallelujah. Betzilzalei Truah, Kol HaNeshama tehallel, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. 224.
Yitkadav, Yitkadash, Shemei Rabbah.
Amen.
Be'alma divrach hirute,
V'yamlich malchute, v'chayechon uv'yomechon, uv'chayedecho Beit Yisrael, bagala, bagala, uvizman kariv, v'meru, amen. Yehi Shmei Rabba Mevorach, Le'olam ul'almei Omaya, Yitbarach, Yitbarach, Ve'yishtabach, V'yitfa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnasei, V'yitadar, V'yitaleh, V'yitalal, Shmei Tekudesha Berichu, Le'ela min kol berchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechemata damiran be'alma v'meru. Amen. 226. La 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 Adonai Hamevorach Leolam Vaed. Lai 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 lai. 228, marveling at every aspect of the natural world, of the source's daily miracles unfolding in nature, and remembering what we learned today, the responsibility of good stewardship, co-partnering with the divine, caring for this creation. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam yotzer or uvarei choshech oseh shalom uvarei et hakol hameir la'aretz v'ledarim aleha berachamim uvtuvo mechadesh b'chol yom tamid ma'aseh v'reshit ma rabu ma'asecha Adonai kulam b'chochma asita mal'ah ha'aretz kinyanecha Titbarach Adonai Eloheinu al shevach ma'aseh yadecha ve'al me'orei or she'asita yifa'arucha Selah.
Or Chadash
Al Tzion Ta'ir,
Or Chadash Al Tzion Ta'ir, Or Chadash Al Tzion Ta'ir, Or Chadash Al Tzion Ta'ir.
ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו ברוך אתה אדוני ברוך שמו יוצר המאורו 230 infinite, abounding love. Ahava Rabbah, Avtanu Adonai Eloheinu, Chemla Gedola V'Teirach, Hamalta Aleinu, Ba'avor Avotenu Ve'emotenu, Shebatchu V'cha, Vatlamdem Chukei Chayim, Ken Techonenu Tlamdenu, Hamerachem Rachem Aleinu, V'tem B'libeinu, Lahavin, Ulaskil, Lishma, Lilmod, Ulelamed, לשמור ולעשות ולקיים את כל דברי תלמוד תורתך באהבה. והאר עינינו בתורתך ודבק ליבנו במצוותיך ויחד לבבינו לאהבה וליראה את שמך ולא נבוש ולא ניכלם ולא ניכשל לעולם ועד כי בשם קודשך הגדול הנורא בטחנו נגילה ונשמחה נגילה ונשמחה בישועתך. Gather us in peace from the four corners of the earth. והביאנו לשלום מארבע כנפות הארץ ותוליכנו קוממיות לארצנו כי אל פועל ישועות אתה ובנו בחרת וקרבתנו לשמך הגדול סלע באמת להודות לך ולייחדך באהבה. ברוך אתה אדוני הבוחר בעמו ישראל באהבה. 232 for those who choose and those who are able. It is minhag hamakom, our tradition to stand. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Va'ed. 234.
ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובישעריך. 236. Adonai said to Moses as follows, speak to the Israelite people and instruct them to make for themselves tzitzit on the corners of their garments throughout the ages. Let them attach a cord of blue to the tzitzit at each corner. Let that shall be your tzitzit. Look at it and recall all of the commandments of Adonai and observe them, so that you do not follow your heart and eyes in your lustful urge. Leman tizkeru va'asitem et kol mitzvotai v'tem kedoshim le'Elohechem. Ani Adonai Elohechem asher hotzeiti etchem me'eretz Mitzrayim lihiot lachem le'Elohim. Ani Adonai Elohechem, Adonai Elohechem. Emet. 239. Birkat Geula. Emet. There is no place where you are not. Even in the wilderness, there is your word. Emet. That pen strokes of lightning, white fire, black flame. Stir the soul's passion, guide our sacred way. True and enduring is Torah. Your truth for us is certain and established now and forevermore. Just as Moses, Miriam, and all of Israel partnered with God, so we partner with God and sing out and rejoice. 240. מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נהדר בקודש, נור התהילות אוסף אלה, נור התהילות אוסף אלה. שירה חדשה, שיבחו גאולים לשמך, על שפת הים, יחד כולם הודו והמליכו ואמרו, אדוני ימלוך, אדוני ימלוך, לעולם ועד. צור ישראל, קומה בעזרת ישראל, ובטחנו בך, יהודה וישראל. גואלנו אדוני צבאות שמו, קדוש ישראל. ברוך אתה אדוני,
שמו.
גאל ישראל.
The Rambam teaches that true kavanah, intention, is clearing the mind of all private or selfish thoughts, that the ultimate prayer is going beyond yourself to something that is higher. Of course, we are now using the inclusions for winter in Tfilat Amidah 242.
Open up my lips, that my mouth may declare your praise. La 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 Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei Avoteinu v'Imoteinu, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, Elohei Sarah, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah, Ha'el Hagadol, Hagibor v'Hanora, El Elyon, Gomel Chasadim Tovim, V'konei HaKol, V'zocher Chasdei Avot v'Imahot, U'mei Gula Livnei V'neihem, L'man Shemo Be'ahava, Melech Ozer U'Moshia U'Magen, Baruch atah Adonai, Magen Avraham, Ve'ezrat Sarah. 246, Atah Gibor Le'olam Adonai, Mechayei Meitim Atah Rav Lehoshia, Mashiv HaRuach, Umorid HaGashem, Mechakel Chaim Bechesed, Mechayei Meitim Berachamim Rabim, Somech Nofim Berofech Olim, Umatir Asurim, Kayem Emunato, Lishinei Afor, Michamocha Bagevurot, Melech Memit Umechayei Umatzmiach Yeshua V'ne'eman Ata V'chayot HaKol Baruch atah Adonai Mechayeh HaMetim. 248 for all that is kadosh.
Nikadesh et
Et
shimcha
shimcha
ba'olam Kishem shemakdishim oto b'shmei marom Kakatuv al yad neviecha V'kara ze el ze ve'amar Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh Adonai Tzivaot Melech kol haaretz Kevodo Adir, Adirenu Adonai Adonenu ma'adir Shimcha b'chol haaretz Baruch Kevod Adonai Mimkomo Echadu Eloheinu Hu Avinu Hu Malkeinu Hu Moshienu Vehu Yashmienu Berachamav Le'enei Kol Chai Ani Adonai Elohechem Yimloch Adonai le'olam Elohai Tzion Ledor vador Hallelujah Ledor vador Ledor vador Ledor vador Ledor vador Nagid Godlecha Ledor vador Ledor vador Ledor vador Ledor vador Nagid Godlecha Ulenetzach netzachim Kedushatecha nakdish Kedushatecha nakdish V'shivchecha Eloheinu mipinu lo yamush le'olam le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai ha'el ha'kadosh. Yai lai 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 lai. Yai lai 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 lai. Yai lai 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 lai. Baruch atah Adonai ha'el ha'kadosh. 250. Yismechu v'malchutecha
Shomrei, 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 Shabbat ve'korei, Oneg Shabbat. Yismechu v'malchutecha Shomrei, 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 Shabbat ve'korei, Oneg Shabbat. Mekadeshei, Mekadeshei Shevi'i Shabbat. Kulam yisbehu ve'yitanhu metu lecha Shabbat. Yismechu ve'malchutecha Shomrei, 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 Shabbat ve'korei, Oneg Shabbat. Yismechu
v'malchutecha
Shomrei, 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 Shabbat ve'korei, Oneg Shabbat.
V'hashvi'i
Ratzita bo ve'kidaso Shabbat. Chemdat yamin Oto karata ha-Shabbat. Zecher Lema'aseh v'reishit Shabbat. Zecher Lema'aseh v'reishit Shabbat. Yismechu v'malchutecha Shomrei, 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 Shabbat ve'korei, Oneg Shabbat. Yismechu Shomrei, 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 Shabbat v'koi, Oneg
Right hand
Shah.
forward, left hand back. We got this. Right foot starts.
And keep. Yai la yai la yai la 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 yai.
Ya la 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 la. Ya la 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 ya la.
Ya la 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 la. A little faster.
Middle. From the top. Ya la 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 la. Sorry. Ya la 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 la. Ya la 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 la. Middle right. Mayim step, Odloa Hafti Dai. So it's a front, behind. We do that twice, and then we rock in. Here we go. She starts quickly. Here we go. Rock in. Mayim. Joy. Go right. Right. Right and turn. Go right. Turn. From the top of Mayim. Rock in. Right. Dance in the heart of our Amidah. We remain
Thank you, Shlomo, for the
standing.
harmonies. I have a microphone. I do. Thank you, David.
As we hold this space, minhag is to repeat the Amidah twice in our community. We give a place for communal prayer. We give a place for dancing. We give a place for private prayer. Indulge. The rabbis teach us, Lo yatzanu michovatenu. We have not fulfilled our obligation of Amidah by merely reading the pages through 260. That's good. And then beyond that, going to the unwritten prayer as you indulge, when you've completed what you need to say on this Shabbat, work your way back to your seats.
יחיו לרצון אמרי פי והגיון ליבי לפניך אדוני צורי וגואלי צורי עושה שלום במרומיו,
הוא יעשה שלום עלינו
ועל כל ישראל, ועל כל יושבי תבל, ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל, ואמרו אמן. לי לי Yai lai 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai, ya la 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 lai. La 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 la, ya la 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 la, ya la 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 la, ya la 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 la.
So we are going to hold a moment to orient ourselves with the upcoming new month. Unbelievable. I'm on page 379 if you would like to follow with me. Yehi ratzon milfanecha Adonai Eloheinu ve'Elohei avotenu ve'imotenu shetichadesh aleinu et hachodesh haba letova ulivracha vatitein lanu chayim arukim chayim shel shalom chayim shel parnasah חיים שתהיה בנו אהבת תורה ויראת שמיים, חיים שימלאו משאלות ליבנו לטובה. Amen. Our God, HaShekhinah of our ancestors, may the new month bring us goodness and blessing. May we have long life, peace, prosperity, a life exalted by love of Torah and reverence for the divine, a life in which the longings of our hearts are fulfilled with good. Rosh Chodesh Cheshvan Yihiyeh B'yom Shlishi B'erev Yom Revi'i B'malach Hayom. The new month of Cheshvan will be Tuesday evening and Wednesday during the day. I don't know how that happened. That's all I can say. 362.
In
Kamocha Elohim Adonai ve'ein kema'asecha malchutecha malchut kol olamim umemshaltecha bechol dor vador. Adonai melech, Adonai malach,
Adonai yimloch le'olam va'ed. Adonai oz le'amo yitain. Adonai yivarech et amo v'shalom. Av harachamim heitiv avertzoncha et Zion. Tivnecho Yerushalayim kivecha levad batachnu melech el ram v'nisa adon olam. 364. Ki mitzion tetzeh Torah. Ki mitzion tetzeh Torah. Udvar Adonai miYerushalayim. 366. Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah. Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah le'amo Yisrael b'kedushato. Praying responsively with our chazanit.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Gadlul Adonai iti, unromema Shemo yachdav. Lecha Adonai hagedula v'hagivura v'hatiferet v'hanetzach v'hahod. Kicho b'shamayim u'va'aretz. Kicho b'shamayim u'va'aretz. Lecha Adonai hamelacha v'hamidnaseh v'chol lerosh. Al shlosha devarim. Al shlosha devarim. Al shlosha devarim. Ha'olam omed. Al shlosha devarim. Al shlosha devarim. Al shlosha devarim. Ha'olam omed. Al haTorah ve'al ha'avodah ve'al gemilut chasadim. Al haTorah ve'al ha'avodah ve'al gemilut chasadim. Lo yiseh goy el goy cherev, lo yilmedu hod milchama. Yai lai 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 lai. Yai lai 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 lai. Yai lai 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 lai. Yai lai 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 yai lai lai lai. Yai lai 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 yai lai lai.
I'd forgotten that I had rolled it before we danced, rolled it the other way so that there would be no pressure on the yad, on the Torah. On the yad. Could you put that down?
So before we start, I'm going to actually ask anyone who's interested to come forward and just take a look, and then you'll understand better my teaching last night, because I'm not going to be focusing on this, but I think it's really beautiful to notice. The bed is enlarged. It's a beautiful way for the Torah to begin. That's one of 16 letters in the Sefer Torah that are enlarged, okay? And of course, there's this very beautiful mystical discussion, and that's where my teaching was around that last night. Why begin with the bet? Because it would make sense to really sort of begin with an aleph. The aleph is the first letter. The aleph is the name of Elohim, of the source, right? Why not begin with the aleph? So the fact that we begin with the bet, and the fact that the bet is one of the 16 letters that are enlarged, opens up a wonderful discussion about why. And I'll just give you one little piece and not go over my whole sermon, but bet has the numerical value of 2, and aleph of 1, right? When I say, you know, we can count achad, shtaim, shalosh, but we can count aleph, bet, gimel, 2 also. These are our, what in America, whatever, we call them Roman numerals in Hebrew. The Hebrew alphabet is also numerical values. You see that in your tikkun when you're looking for kaf aleph 21. The dua, or the bet, aleph is a solitary number, 1. Bet is always about partnership. And so the teaching last night was about Ein Sof, the source, calling us into partnership in the ongoing creation. And the last thing my husband tells me that this is not I get very into these teachings, and he's heard them before. So, but I love this. The bet leans us, moves us forward. That's a beautiful way to begin, right? We've got the roof, the gog that protects us, and the ground that gives us, what to stand on, and the gav that holds up our back. And the whole Torah really moves us toward what's possible in partnership, humankind with the divine. So we're not going to focus on that. Also, today, during the week we really worked on Adam and Eve and the snake, so we're not going to work on that. So this year I decided that we'd really just open with the Torah, but I wanted you to see that. Okay?
Can I just add something?
Of course.
We talked about when we were naming our son. The first letter of the Torah is Bet, or Vet. The last letter of the Torah ends with the word Yisrael, Lamed. Lamed, Vet is the word Lev. It's heart. So everything
Beautiful.
in between the first letter and the last letter is really the heart of the teachings of people in Israel.
Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice.
Beautiful.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Shalom.
So, as Rabbi just said, we are starting from the beginning, and we really are starting from the beginning because we're going to be reading Bereshit 1, Genesis 1, line 1. The Rabbi is going to be reading, and I'd like to call up
Page 18 of the Red Book.
page 18, no, it's 19 of the Red Book. It's 19 of the Red Book, 18.
Okay, we checked this morning.
Oh, you checked.
Doesn't matter. So
Yeah, it's close.
18 or 19?
and just also to let you guys know that usually we use our blue Humashim, but now that we're going back and forth, there was a custodial decision that when we're in here, we're going to use the old red ones that go in the English order, and when we're back in the sanctuary next week, we'll use the blue that go in the correct direction. So bear with us.
Yes, it is 19, so, 18. Okay, the rabbi will be reading, and I'd like to call Lauren and Sheldon up for the first aliyah. Nala amod tova mi beit Davdir v'oliba. Nala amod simcha mi beit Moshe v'tova. Aliyah harishona.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam Va'ed. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Ata Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz ve'haaretz hayta tohu vavohu v'choshech al pnei tehom ve'ruach Elohim merachefet al pnei hamayim vayomer Elohim Yehi or, vayehi or, vayar Elohim et haor, ki tov, vayavdel Elohim, bein haor uvein hachoshech, vayikra Elohim laor yom, ulechoshech kara laila, vayehi erev, vayehi voker, yom echad.
Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch Ata Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen. Oh, you're reading the start. Okay.
Yes, our next reader is going to be Alex. She's going to continue reading right where the rabbi left off on line 6. And I am going to call her to read as well. Nala Amod Andra, Dr. Miriam, Aliyah Hashemi.
Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Leolam Va'ed. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Ata Adonai Noten
HaTorah. Amen.
Vayomer Elohim Yehiyeh Rak
Yehi.
Yehi Rakia B'toch Hamayim
Vayehi.
Vayehi Mavdil Ben Mayim Lamayim Vayas Elohim Et Harakia Vayavdel bein hamayim asher mitachat l'rakiha uvein hamayim asher me'al l'rakiha vayehi chen Vayikra Elohim Larakiha Shamayim Vayehi Erev Vayehi Voker Yom Sheni. Thank you. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch Ata Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen. Yesher kochachem, much strength. For the third aliyah, Amisha Berach. As we have the Torah open, there's so many things going on here. We're going to bring in our prayers for healing, for members of our community and anyone that you are holding in your heart who is in need of healing. At this time, as Alexandra chants, she will pause. I will add the communal names and then look to you for any additions that you may have.
Mi sheberach avotenu ve'imotenu Avraham, Yitzchak v'Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel v'Leah, Hu yivarach et hacholim.
Adal Belly, Mark Aldrich, Amelia Byers, Audrey Cohn, Irene Dillon, Angela Demer, Ellie Edovitz, Ilona Johnson, Ken Lyjak, Karen Martinez, Susan Otsenes, Merle Perlmutter, Zorian Pinsky, Claude Schleuderer, Kahana Skolnick, Bev Ushko, Ben Wilder, Lauren Petties. Jerry Hamburg.
Hashveder Hakadosh Baruch Hu Yimelei Rachamim Aleichem Lahachlimam Urapotam Ulachzikam V'yishlach Lahem Meira Refuah Shlema Min Hashamayim Refuat HaNefesh Urefuat HaGuf Hashtab Agala Vizman Kariv Vinomar
Amen. For the third Aliyah, it's my privilege to call our Gabbai. Nala Amod Eta mi Beit Moshe Yocheved La Aliyah Shlishit.
Baruch et Adonai Hamavarach.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamavarach Leolam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam. Asher bacha banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato, Baruch atah Adonai, noten ha'Torah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayomer Elohim, Yikavu hamayim, mitachat hashamayim, el makom echad, v'teira'eh hayavasha, vayichein, vayikra Elohim layavasha, eretz, umikvei hamayim karayamim, vayar Elohim, Kito, Vayomer Elohim, Tadshe haaretz deshe esev mizroa mazriya zera pri ose pri lumino asher zaravo al haaretz vayichen batotze haaretz deshe esev mazriya zera lumino
Luminehu.
Va'etz osepri asher zaravo lumineho va'yar Elohim kito vayhi erev vayhi voker
Yom Shlishi.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen. Yesher kochech. So, indulge me for a minute. I'm going to just move it from the end to Noach. Alexander, can you come to the other side,
yes.
please? Would you just move my books for a minute?
You can pile them here if you need.
I feel very strong, but not that strong. Hold on for 1 second.
Are we on something? Yeah.
Okay, I went too far.
Here we are. Okay, everybody.
Okay, so as the rabbi lifts, Hans, would you like to come up and tie, please? Please rise as we lift the Torah. Nala Amod, Hagba B'Galila.
So I just need you to spot. Okay, I think I got it, but
Vezot haTorah asher sam
got it.
Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael al pi Adonai b'yad
Hands up.
Moshe. Torah, 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 Torah,
let go,
Torah, tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, Torah, Torah,
The other
Torah,
way.
Torah, 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 tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 tziva
Lanu
Take.
Moshe.
Torah, Torah,
Torah, Torah. 1 second. Torah tziva lanu Moshe. Ki metzion tetzei Torah udvar Adonai Yerushalayim. 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 374. Yahalalu et Shem Adonai ki nisgav shemo levado.
Odo al eretz v'shamayim vayarem kerem li'amo tehila lechol chasidav livnei Yisrael am kerovo. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Lekach tov natati lachem torati al ta'azovu.
Yitzchayim hi lemachazikim ba v'tomcheha meushar diracheha darchei noam v'chol netivoteha shalom. Hashivenu Adonai elecha v'nashuva. Chadesh, Chadesh Yameinu, Chadesh Yameinu, Kekedem.
Please be seated. We're going to go backward and collect our Haftorah. We put the Torah back just because. So this is interesting. So 11. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I think I need a few days off.
Why don't you take those? We'll do Shabbat now. I'll do it next week.
I want to actually just hear what you guys have for your Haftorah, because I didn't look into the red Chumash. Is it Isaiah 42:5? Just let me know. If it's not, I'll do whatever you guys have. But I may need a blue Hertz Chumash with trope with Tamei Mikra.
Oh, hi, Michael. I didn't even know you were here.
Okay,
For
awesome.
being our keeper.
It's all good, Alexandra.
Okay. I'm going to leave one in here for future. No, that's unfair. That's unfair. Sure. Oh, okay. Sorry, David. Didn't hear you. Here you go. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Bracha.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nim tovim ברכה.
ורצה
ודבריהם הנאמרים באמת, ברוך אתה אדוני, הבוחר בתורה ובמשה עבדו ובישראל עמו ובנביאי האמת והצדק.
Amen. Ko amar ha'el Adonai borei hashamayim v'notehem roka haaretz v'te'etzaeha notein neshama la'am aleha v'ruach lahochim ba ani Adonai Karaticha v'tzedek v'achzek biyadecha v'etzarcha v'etencha livridam leor goyim livkoach einayim ivrot lehotzi mimasker asir mi beit kela yoshvei choshech ani Adonai hu shmi uchvodi leacher lo eten utehilati lapsilim harishonot hineva'u v'chadashot ani magid b'terem titmachna ashmiya etchem shiru ladonai shir chadash tihilato miktzei haaretz yored hayam umlo iyim v'yoshveihem.
Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, tzur kol haolamim, tzadik bechol hadorot, ha'el hane'eman, ha'omer ve'oseh, hamdaber umkayim, shechol devarav emet v'tzedek, al haTorah ve'al ha'avodah, ve'al hanviim ve'al yom ha'shabbat hazeh, shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu, letusha ve'limnucha, lechavod Tifaret al hakol Adonai Eloheinu anachnu modim lach umvarachim otach yitbarach shimcha befi kol chai tamid leolam va'ed baruch ata Adonai
Baruch u'vruch
mekadesh hashabat
Amen. So I'm going to start with a question. What do you imagine is the primary reason for the story of Bereshit, of creation? Throw out some thoughts. What's the reason for this, the story, for us beginning our Torah with this story? How we got to be here. Other thoughts? I'm sorry, I'm going to sit. I'm feeling a little bit funny. Aren't I funny? Yeah. Okay, that's one idea more. How we got to be here. What about the Creator creating our reality? Beautiful. I love what you just said. Beautiful.
Well, in part, I'm going to, more thoughts. I'm just doing this so that people who are joining us virtually can sort of hear you guys. And then I less have to repeat. Those are amazing beginning thoughts. Anyone want to add anything else to it? You know this, that every culture has their creation story. So I know we think we are special and unique, and I'll always tell you we're only special and unique in that our special connection with God is Torah. That's our specialness. We're not so special other than that, and if you think you are, then come talk to me, because we're very much like other cultures in so many ways. Our uniqueness is our unique breeds with God around Torah. So yeah, how we got here, that's what everybody wants to talk about. But actually, God's role, Ein Sof's role in how we got here, is really the purpose of this creation story. Rashi says the primary goal of creation is to state that the universe comes into being through God's, Elohim's command. So I just want to throw that out. Any thoughts, responses, questions? It's okay if not.
I don't understand why the water was there already.
You don't understand why the water was there.
I'm misinterpreting what I read, and I heard that the other day, that first there was the water, and then God separated the water to the...
Well, no. So first there was tohu vavohu, which is such a beautiful phrase. Tohu vavohu, it's interesting. I actually went this morning just to see how I could help you with this concept of tohu vavohu. So tohu vavohu, the best of all of the commentary and all the explanations I can give you, is astonishingly without order, astonishingly empty or devoid of order. Not about Mayim yet, but I mean, there's a beautiful piece that people who struggle with what is the purpose of the creation story, does it really give us science? It's not science. It is a leap in when we talk about duality, as we did last evening, Elohim and Bnei Yisrael, or Elohim and humankind and Adam, the source and humankind, when we speak about every act of creation that has collaboration or partnership. I would say that faith is a partner with science, and science is a partner with faith. I am very clear for myself that this is not a scientific explanation of the creation of the world, but I think the beauty is that it can coexist with, it can let science be science, it can help us to understand the moral implications, the ethical implications, the religious implications, the faith implications. So I really begin, so I guess I answered that way to say to you, I mean, I think that I'm not a scientist, but I know that most of the world is made up of water, right? And there's water, how Sheldon was telling us about the Lamed being the last letter and Bet being the first letter, Lev. Well, let's just talk about the world. We have most of the earth is covered by sea and water, and then up in the skies, is also water, and most of our body is made up of water. So there's a lot of water, but maybe it didn't have the order tohu vavohu, unformed. Tohu vavohu, in Isaiah 34:11, Isaiah uses the phrase of tohu vavohu, and his description is confusion. That's what he means when Isaiah says it. Tohu vavohu, void, devoid of order is my thing. So not that what was well, what was, I'm going to repeat what I said yesterday. Torah, we're taught that Torah existed before creation. What else was? Elohim, the source. What wasn't from, what was lacking in Tohu Vavohu? An order, I might add, I don't know if this is correct, this is what's coming up for, in order that we could exist with, we the partner, we the human partner, right? Everything existed, and it became an order that the universe could come into engagement with. Does that help at all? Oh, good. Whew. I don't know. Okay, I just try and say what I think I might understand. The thing about this, before I say anything else, before I go on, is that for me, one of the most powerful implications is the way that Elohim creates. This matters to me a lot as a person of faith. Elohim creates, of course, naming with the word. God says, and it is. And one of the things that we have a special relationship with, a special gift of, are words. And then the question always exists for me, how do we use our words? How do we use our words to create, to build up, to do holy deeds? How do we use our words to destroy, to break down, to wound and hurt, to move to a place that's devoid of holiness? And making one more connection, and that is, humankind gets a special gift from God in that humankind partners with God in the ability to name things, right? God says, let it be, and it is in the 6 days of creation. But then as the world is there, then humankind, Adam, has the privilege of being able to name the animals, the plants. That's a very beautiful partnership when we speak about partnerships. Thoughts, questions before I push us forward? 1, 2. Melanie, and then hands.
This sets up God as the absolute. God was all there was in the beginning, so it's set up. And then differentiation starts to happen. So the absolute becomes many, many things. And it gets more and more complicated as the narrative continues.
The Rambam agrees with you that in the 6 day, that what existed, well, the Rambam actually says it's the great mystery of Elohim, right? And what we can comprehend, and then what we comprehend through creation. And this is something that we started to touch on, and I know firsthand, but then I know David is going to want to weigh in here. There are two different ways to understand Bereshit. In the beginning, Bereshit, in the beginning. And when you understand it that way, then there was nothing and God creates, right? And it's that sequential order of creation that the Ramban and Melanie and most other commentators really like, to see it chronologically. And I'm going to use your word, it gets more complicated. I'm going to use my word, it gets more diverse, interconnected. But it is also possible to read it Bereshit. Give me a second. So, Bereshit, at the very first moment of absolute nothingness, or in the beginning, what if you read it Bereshit? In the beginning, God commanded this idea, the rabbis say, the Reshit can be Bishvil Reshit, for the purpose of Reshit, for the purpose of what was already. What was already, we ask? Rashi says, Torah was already. Torah was Reshit. What was already Reshit? The commandments. Reshit, the first fruits, the Bikurim. This idea that we dedicate the best of what we have to the source. Bereshit, is Ibn Ezra and Rashi prefer the translation not in the beginning, but in the beginning of God's creating of heaven and earth. This idea that this mystery of creation is this ongoing journey, not one that is nothing and then becomes something, but rather this idea that Bereshit, Rosh. Oh, here, listen to this. If you take Bereshit, you have Bet, Resh, Aleph, Shin, Rosh, Yud, Tav. Let's do one of Sheldon's games. Let's take out the Rosh, what's at the beginning or the head, and we're left with Bet, Yud, Tav, Bayit. A metaphor of what holds us, that the Torah is the act of creating a bayit, a dwelling place for the eternal, that the Torah is the way that is our bayit, that we reach the eternal, both, right? This idea that actually the dwelling exists certainly in the divine, in the universe, Yad Elohim, Elohim Bakol. But then what we get, every Jew, each and every Jew, when we wrap ourselves in Torah, is a way to come and dwell in that bayit with the eternal. And another play on why bet, right? Why the bet. Hands. Please, take us somewhere else. It's okay.
I don't know the words. It's just that something I'm hearing about the importance of. There's something there about the importance of, or like our role in also being able to name, and the importance of language or naming, and just this like thought came up around also then the importance of understanding that if we're also playing a role, like what do you have to say around then also the role of renaming, or if being able to be in that because of the ways that language is important, and also it's important not to get stuck in the language. Or I was thinking about how yesterday I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who brought up one of her favorite memes, which is this image of it's a person nailing into the sand, putting a nail into the sand, and then there's the ocean. And the ocean is kind of like the universe, just all of existence, and the person with the hammer is humankind, and the nail is language. And it's like, okay, you can get that nail there, and it's going to come into contact with the ocean, but you can't pin down the ocean, but you can interact with it. And just that idea that there is an interplay there, and also that it feels so like I experience through my life sometimes frustration when it feels like people are too stuck in their language or not, or maybe actually that it's like, it's someone else's language, they've accepted someone else's definition of something.
Naming and renaming, I love this. I love the invitation. I love the challenge. It's very thought-provoking. I want to throw three things back, not as a response, but to hold with your question. The first is that I said last night, and I liked it, so it's valuable for me to repeat. When we think of two, the Torah is being created. The Torah is one, right? And well, let me start with God. We think of God, and God is one, and yet in the creation story we use the Elohim name, which is by definition plural. We don't mean that there's more than one God, chas v'shalom. What we mean is that this is so enormous, Hans, the manifestation of creation, the manifestation of naming. It's bigger than we can actually even. Why is it worthy for us to talk about it? So we can just learn how to walk with it, but not, I don't want to give a definitive answer because I don't have a definitive answer, but when we hash it out each year, we can get a little closer to understandings. And with your great question about renaming understandings, this idea that we were given one Torah, just like there's one God, although it's in the form of Elohim. Also, I need to say to you, Elohim is traditionally used as rule giver, lawgiver, judge of the word is Elohim. I'm going to go out and then come back. You know, I didn't say it, but I've said it to you before, so I know I'm repeating myself, so it's okay. Okay, I just want to say this. I love this image. You know, if you are with a partner and you love the partner, you just feel it, right? It's in you, you feel it. It's lovely. But it goes to a different plane when you name it, right? When you say, I love you, then this idea of naming it changes. You can be two people committed for life, but when you say the words, Hare, Ata, At, Atem Mikudashim Li, At Mikudeshet Li, Ata Mikudash Li, when you say the words in front of two witnesses, then your status changes, right? Your status changes. When you say a word, you can become a Jew. You can become forever committed, married in the eyes of God. So words are very powerful, and words change. You also can get unmarried, right? By saying a word. Your relationships can change. But then I wanted to say to you, the Torah's given us, one Torah's given us, we don't change a word of it, Hans, ever, not a letter of it. And yet, we are also told at the same time, we're given two Torahs, the written Torah and the oral Torah. We're given these two Torahs as one, and that's the place for renaming. This, what I've taught you, that you read not just the black fire, but also the white fire, not just the letters, but the white in between. That's the place for renaming. What's the reason that there are some things that don't change? So that we can always stay connected to what we've inherited. What's the reason to have an oral Torah that was given, that duality, at the same time with the written Torah? So that we know that we have the place to forever keep evolving and changing. I hope that that helps a little bit. But I love this challenge of renaming. I think I was most aware of it when I moved to Israel. And, you know, Israel's such a young country. Hebrew's such an old language, but Israel's such a young country, and there are things that we have that we never had words for. And, you know, in the paper, whenever a new word was created, there's actually a ministry of the word, and the word then gets accepted. And then there's something else that happens. Words just start getting used, and that's everywhere in the world. And then they mean something, for us as part of our discourse, our life, our love, the way that we are, right? Okay. Other thoughts, comments, responses?
I guess it kind of reminds me of what Melanie said, that when we start naming, it becomes more complicated. It gets a little more messy, and I think that's where our humanness might come into play. I also had an idea about light, but if you want to go somewhere, it just is it's saying let there be light, but what light are we talking about? Because then later at 14 we talk about lights in the sky. So when we're talking about the source was there always, and then let there be light, how is that light different from like the sun? Just, I have ideas about it, but just, it's so we could see the source, but it's not the sun, but the source was there, but we can't see this, just.
A big yes. Light comes in many fashions. I think one of the most marvelous moments, if you're a person who loves the outdoors and it gets nighttime and it's dark, the difference of a dark day when you go outside and you literally can't see, and the difference of a night that is so light, right? A night that is so light that the stars and the moons, it's like there's a light. So I think part of that is truly a differentiation, and there's some beautiful midrashim on the moon and the sun, and there was light, and then comes, as Melanie says, more differentiation. But I actually so the story in the midrash is that the sun is so big and the moon ebbs and flows and complains to Hashekhinah, to Elohim, and says, look, you make the sun like that, and it rules over the day and is always full, and I have only one day that I'm really full, and after that I'm, getting smaller to nothing and getting bigger. And Elohim, being so full of rachamim, of rachmanis, gave the moon all of the stars to dwell with the moon, so that there was that additional sort of extraordinary light. I love what you're saying. I just want to underline it. I love this idea that the light is not, in fact, speaking about any specific light, but you said the light that comes from the source, meaning not the sun or the moon or the stars, but the light of a metaphor of light, and light that comes from within us or within any being or any element of the universe. I mean, do you know that feeling when you are dark or when you are light? And what does that feel like? David, yes.
Yeah, to answer your question.
To answer your question.
We sing it every Shabbat. Or the light that they're talking about previous to the sun is the light that God made for the righteous, so that they would have that light. It was not for
So,
all of us. So that for all of us, He made.
and another way to think of this, so David is saying that that or is for the tzaddikim, and I'm going to weigh in because I think that there's more than one answer, and I'm going to weigh in and say I like the part of the or chadash, that light is constantly new, light is constantly renewed. So I would see it for many, not just for the righteous hands.
Clarification question around the Hebrew there. Is there a difference in the way that the light is named from the let there be light to when it's let there be light in the expanse of the sky?
So let's look at verses 1, 3. Yehi or, vayehi or, let there be light, and then haor, vein hachoshech. That's all or on the first day. And then give me a chapter and verse for the 14. Verse 14.
Vayomer Elohim yi me'orot. Yes. So it's from the same root. But me'orot, the mem there means the thing that causes, the thing that will, a causative is the mem. Me'orot, it will bring forth light. It will, in other words, it goes back to what Melanie said. It is a description of, but it is not the same thing. It is what was the word you used? You said more complicated, but a more differentiation. So if it's from the same root, it's not the identical thing. So from Alexandra's point, light exists, and then what are the ways that we communicate light? One of the ways is through tzedek, David. That's beautiful. It's not the only way, right? So sometimes it's. Sometimes
as
it's.
we evolve, you evolve into what you're saying, but the original concept was for the right.
So I think it can be light through compassion, through kindness, through gemilut chasadim, through the sun, through the moon. Okay, I want to hold you guys a little bit in language. Look at your first word. Look at the first three words. Bereshit, bara, Elohim. Bereshit, bara, Elohim. Well, last night I did this play that it could have been Elohim, bara, Bereshit. God created first, and it's not. It's Bereshit, bara, Elohim. And so that's very important, but I also want you to look at the last letter of Bereshit. It's a tav. The last letter of bara, it's an aleph. The last letter of Elohim, it's a mem. These three letters together give us a word, aleph, mem, tav, emet, truth. What I love about this is that it's not in the order. Just like lev, the Torah doesn't open with the lamed and end with the vet. It ends with the lamed and begins with the vet, but we can look at that and see heart, lev. Why? Because when we conclude, we begin. When we conclude, we begin, because emet, truth, is not just what is said or what lines up, but the way that we sit with and order to make sense of, to pull out the truth, in this case, in the process of creating. Elohim created the heavens and the earth. This process forms the truth. So that was just a play that I wanted to open for you. David, I see your hand up, my friend. Go for it.
Yeah, there is a version that says God created, God not in the beginning, but God created the heavens and earth in the beginning. And it's the Greek version. We are using, this is the Greek version. In the Torah, there are no separations of chapters.
And so there's a whole thing in the Talmud about how that came up, the 70 scholars.
Yeah, in Greek, I forgot the name of the emperor, but in Greek it's Epiphanes. What he did was he took 70 of the sages. At that time, they spoke every language known. And he put them in separate rooms. He said, I want an exact replica of the Torah. If there's any word that's different from the other person, I will kill all.
Okay, and the purpose, and they all come out with the order Elohim, bara, bereshit. And so I'm going to ask you a question, because that's what I do. Why was it so important for these scholars to, in the Septuagint, in the Greek version, to open with Elohim? This is like the same question it's the same question that I asked you
About what was the purpose, what is the purpose of Bereshit?
Yeah, the thing is, the sages altogether decided that the Greeks were pagans. And if they said in the beginning, they would think that there's something that preceded God.
So there was an effort to do exactly what Rashi was saying, which is to make it clear that the source of all being is the one.
Yeah, and there's something very unique. You know, we can't read the Torah in any other language except Hebrew, but you can read it in Greek.
You can read it in.
You can read the Torah in Greek.
Wait, what are you saying? I'm sorry.
It,
You can read it in
the
Greek
70
and what?
The 70 sages
Uh-huh.
duplicated our Torah so well that if you read it in Greek, there would be no difference between the Greek and the Hebrew.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm not sure that I feel the same way, but I hear you. I know, I hear that it's true. So, I want to move to one more thing, because I was thinking about this for our Tuesday morning people, and the funny part is Marty and Palu. Hans, were you there Tuesday morning? Yeah. Okay, so you'll get something from this. Marty shared with us, Marty, our brilliant Marty, that he had never really paid attention to the fact that there were, with all the trees, that there were 2 trees named. Eitz HaChaim and Eitz Hadat, to be able to know between Tov and Ra. So I would like to look at that with this question in mind. Why are there 2 trees named that we have to deal with? So go to 2:9, chapter 2, verse 9. Also, I should have taken a moment. Sheldon and Lauren, you may not realize this. I realize that we just take this for granted. Obviously, on a Shabbat morning, it's traditional to read 7 aliyot and maftir. Not that we never do, but we mostly don't. We mostly don't do the minhag, the tradition of Shabbat morning, but we do follow halacha. We read at least 3 aliyot, with each aliyah being at least 3 verses. And we use the time, instead of reading 7 aliyot, to read a smaller amount so that we can discuss. So I just wanted to orient you. So that's been our decision. 2:9.
It's page 29.
When we were looking at chapter 2, verse 9, we were like, where are we?
We are chapter 2, verse 9.
Page 29.
Okay, just 29.
Okay, so here we are. Vayatzmach Adonai Elohim min ha'adamah. And Hashem caused to sprout from the earth. Kol eitz nechmad lemar'ah v'tov lema'achal. Every tree that is lovely, wonderful to look at and good to eat from. Here we go. This is the part we're focusing on. Ve'etz hachayim b'toch hagan, and the tree of life within the garden. Ve'etz hadat tov v'ra, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay, I'm going to read that one more time. The beginning of 9, and the source, God caused to sprout from the ground every tree that was pleasing to the sight and good for food, good to eat. Also the tree of life in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and bad. So my question is, this is my question for you guys today. We talk a lot about the tree of knowledge and that experience where Eve tastes from the tree and then invites, recommends to Adam to taste from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the one that the source said, do not eat from it. My question to you is, what is the role of the tree of life here together with the tree of knowledge? Because we already had right before it every tree that was beautiful to look at and good to eat from, and the tree of life, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's the question.
Can I say something?
Of course you can say something.
I got such a feeling on this. I know maybe it's just personal to me, but the idea that there's a tree of life that is everlasting. Life is everlasting and eternal and concrete, I want to say at the same time. But the tree of knowledge is, do you follow the first tree? Can you climb up that first tree? Or are you going to divert from it?
So beautiful. Vicky, you're so good. So the knowledge of good and evil is actually that journey of how we perfect ourselves, how we live a fullness of life, right? That question that you're asking, through the prohibition of not eating of the tree of knowledge, well, wait, I'm sorry, I'm going to get you off. Even before there was, sorry, you said it really beautifully. I'm going to leave what you said, and then I'm going to just bring us to another place. I hope everyone understood you. You said it perfectly. Thoughts, responses to Vicky?
I think that at the beginning, when everything comes into being, it's all good. And now there's a duality. And I think that that's something that we're only starting to understand, that man was created and God saw it as good, and it was, and all the trees and the water and everything, and now we see that within good there are different.
Yeah. But I love it. But I want to be really clear about something. And this came out that I didn't address on Tuesday morning. The idea of implicit choice existed before we ate from the tree of good and evil. And I was going back and sitting, so it would be inconceivable, says the Rambam and Abravanel, if we didn't have the ability to choose between good and evil, then how would we be given the choice or given the commandment not to eat from the tree of good or evil? You have to have choice in order to be given that place. But what Lauren said is something very powerful. Good existed. Choice existed. The complexity of how we choose and the ramifications of what we choose becomes more evident, more challenging, more problematic, more determinative as we continue to inhabit this earth of ours. Interestingly enough, so Abravanel goes into this and he says, the nature of goodness, God's goodness existed. But what was the reason? What was the reason for the prohibition? This comes to what you were saying. What was the reason for the prohibition just to begin with? It was because humankind has the natural, not just capacity, but the nitiyah, the tendency to become preoccupied with our own self-importance, to become preoccupied with overindulgence. And then what Lauren says comes back to what Vicky said, which is that the more that we focus on our own self-importance, the farther we distance ourselves from the tree of life. And so the prohibition had nothing to do, I'm going to say, with implicit choice. We had choice to choose to eat from or not eat from the tree. It had to do with a much more nuanced teaching, which is where Lauren brought us, which is good existed. You know, when we industrialized, there was good, but there was also implicit destruction. How do we use the good? When we advance with technology, it's good and it's horrible. How do we do the good and balance it? That's what I heard you say, Lauren, which I think is amazing. Okay, I did stop. David, hands, and then we're going to go pull this together.
I'm under the impression that Adam and Eve knew the difference between truth and false, which is on a higher level than good and evil. Because what's good to one person, you know, you can do that. But the thing is, they knew the truth. Truth is always the truth. False is always the truth. False. And you can't change it. You can change good and evil. So I think God's edict not to eat from the tree of good and evil would lower their ability to know the difference between truth.
And there we go with emet again. David, that's really interesting. I think what's, especially today, when the question of words and how words are used, and when words are true, or when people just use words and they're totally false. So I find that very compelling and important. I actually was reading some commentary on truth and falsity, and it really struck me. So I'm really grateful that you brought that up.
So like that good can't exist without evil, or that whole like light can't exist without dark. That evil does kind of play a role. So that there's good and there has to be evil for there to be good, right?
Absolutely. There has to be darkness for us to understand what light is. And then the place that I'm going to hold us in conclusion is, and our job is to make sacred choices, to navigate with wise choices, to navigate with true choices, with good choices, with the all of what is possible, what exists. Yeah, thanks, you guys. Good. Okay. All right. So, a moment of announcements. We have such a blessing. Although I will be away next week, next Friday and Saturday, Alexandra and Jack will be guiding the congregation through Shabbos celebration. Next Friday at 6, next Saturday at 10 a.m. And two of my classes, Alexandra will be leading the trope class, so just get on the regular way that you always get on. And Jack will be leading the meditation and Torah study on Tuesday morning. So what a blessing it is for us to have these things that continue to move us forward. Estelle Nadler is bringing back Mahjong for those who have missed it over COVID. Please call the main office to be part of it. We have 29 new family units, new units. We don't call them all families. 25 new member units, 29 new units this year. That's extraordinary. That's our future. That's what we've been working for. On November 4th, we're celebrating them on Friday night, the new family, the new units, the new member units, whether they're individuals, couples, families. And I really encourage everyone to be there to celebrate it's only a celebration if the long-standing folks are there to welcome them. So I'm really putting a dagesh there, really asking for everyone to show up in fullness. It matters to us. New members matter. Lovely annual tradition that we have, our interfaith gathering of gratitude, where we welcome other faiths, other houses of faith, Livriut, into our sanctuary. We do it every year on the Tuesday before American Thanksgiving. We don't call it Thanksgiving for all of the appropriate reasons. We do see this opportunity to find what unites us, all of our different faiths and our ability to express gratitude. It's always a special evening, 1 hour from 7 to 8, November 15th. And then we will share desserts together. Tikkun Olam is in full tilt. Of course, our backpack project, our ongoing CEHV food access, and our Ukrainian partnering with to provide humanitarian medical aid. In addition, we're doing a big push for the Blue Fridge for Thanksgiving, and our Jewish community years ago figured out that we have nothing better to do on December 25th but to feed our neighbors who are food insecure and don't have equal access to food. So if you would like to be part of that, this year we're not doing our normal thing. Since COVID, we haven't been able to do it, about having 400 people here at synagogue because of safety and eating together. But what we are doing is very innovative under the guidance of Joy Weinberg. We are bringing a food truck to a local spot at People's Place in the parking lot. We do need help. So if you want to know what to do with yourself on December 25th, leave your name at the front office, and Joy or one of the committee heads. It can be ahead of time if we have committees that are doing things ahead of time, and we have committees who are going to, or people who are going to show up to be greeters, to pass out food, to clean up, to do all the things that we need to do. So read our website. There's so much going on, and just incredibly blessed to be able to share the morning with you guys. So standing together, 587 Ladon hakol, latet gedula leotzer breshit, shehu sam chelkenu liached et shemo, v'gora leinu lahamlich malchuto, va'anachnu korim, umishtachavim umodim, lifnei melech malchei hamlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. 588. Shehu noteh shamayim v'yosed haaretz, u'Moshe v'ikaro b'shamayim mima'al, u'shchinatu zo v'gavhei meromim, hu Eloheinu ein od, emet malkeinu efesu lato, Kakahatu v'torahato v'yadata hayom v'hashevota elevavecha ki Adonai hu ha'Elohim b'shamayim mimal ve'al haaretz mitachat ein od al kein nekavalecha Adonai Eloheinu lirot me'irav v'tiferet Daken olam b'malchut Shaddai. Ki ha'malchut shelcha hi u'la'olmei ad timloch b'chavod, kakatuv b'toratecha, Adonai yimloch le'olam va'ed. V'ne'emar v'haya Adonai le'melech al kol ha'aretz bayom hahu
Bayom hahu yeh Adonai echad. Ushemo, Ushemo, Ushemo echad. 592. When I die, give what's left of me away to children and old people that wait to die. And if you need to cry, cry for the other. Walk in the street beside you. And when you need me, put your arms around anyone and give them what you need to give me. I want to leave you something better than words or sounds. Look for me in the people I've known or loved. And if you cannot give me away, at least let me live in your eyes and not in your mind. You can love me best by letting hands touch hands, by letting bodies touch bodies, and by letting go of children that need to be free. Love doesn't die, people do. So when all that's left of me is love, give me away. If you are someone who is in your Shana, your year of grief, please share the name of your loved one at this time. For members of our congregation who are joining us with live stream, I am holding the list of all of the recent deaths, the observance of Shana for each of you. Know that we are with you. Now, as I read the yard sites, if you are observing the yard site of a loved one who died in this season in years past, please stand with those that are standing. Gerard Consiglio, Hilda Grunblatt, Ida Lipschitz, Polly Ruth Miller, Martin Miller's daughter, Herbert Nadan, Sarah Jane Schwartz, John Sedlak, Donna Trast's brother, Bernice Siegel, Joy Gross's mother, Mary Ron Weil, Ken Bitz's sister, Sarah Ray Weisberg, Zichronam Livracha. May their memories be for a blessing. It is our tradition to stand together with those who are standing, lending our support shoulder to shoulder for them in their time of grief. It is our tradition to wrap the martyrs of our people in our prayers and the people of every race and nation who live their lives as a blessing to humanity. 598. Yit Gadal v'yit Kadash Shemei Rabbah v'alma divrach hirutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon uv'yomechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael ba'agala uv'izman kariv v'imru Amen. Yehei Shmei Rabba Mevorach Le'olam Ulalmei Omaya Yitbarach V'yishtabach V'yitpa'ar V'yitromam V'yitnaseh V'yithadar V'yit'aleh V'yithalal Shmei D'Kudusha B'richu Le'ela Min Kol Birchata V'shirata Tush B'chata V'nechemata Da'amiran Be'alma V'imru Amen. Yehei Shlama Rabba Min Shmaya V'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru Amen. Oseh shalom b'imromav, hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol b'nei Adam v'imru Amen. Thank you. I knew that you had it on the list somewhere. I just was surprised that it wasn't there. 644. Im tirtzu, if you will it. Enzo agada, it does not need to be just a dream. It can be real. It can be. It can be. Im tirtzu, im tirtzu, enzo agada. Enzo agada Lehiot am chofshi be'artzeinu be'eretz Tzilon אין זו אגדה, להיות עם חופשי בארצנו, בארץ ציון וירושלים. I want to thank Barry, who is managing us live stream from afar. I want to thank Michael Friedman, who stepped up to be a greeter this morning. And I want to thank you for choosing to spend your Shabbat morning in our Minyan. Shabbat Shalom. Ah.
Well, it's here in shop.
Oh, David, David.
Oh, I was going to show you something.
Did you?
No, really. This is. I found this in a vintage bookstore. And it's absolutely fantastic. It's got a synopsis of every.
Who wrote it?
And in the beginning, it talks about how the Torah got its name. And in the back, the whole Torah service. And absolutely fantastic.
Great.
If you wanted to,
No, I don't. Thank you, Doc.
no, but if you wanted to make a synopsis of this is what's happening in this chapter.
Yeah.
This is the book.
You know, there are modern ones also done like this. Do you know that?
This is the only one I've ever seen.
Yeah, Jeff. Adonai, Shamayim be'et ha'aretz, Shabbat v'yinafash, Shabbat v'yinafash, v'shamru b'nei Yisrael et ha'Shabbat, לעשות את השבת לדורותם ברית עולם.
Got a couple around left in the freezer. Well, they're still in the freezer, so we're using them up.
Melanie, this is Lauren and Shelton. I think you guys haven't met yet. And so everyone, I'm going to let each person take their own. Hold the plastic when you take yours so that we're not sharing our wonderful. Yeah. Great shirt.
We'll go back to twisting. Soon. It'll be braided soon, but I have a couple of round ones left in the freezer. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'll make it.
You used to make
really just adding and coming out with one word. And I finally found the chain to my yacht. It's in my other palace bag.
Oh, I was gonna,
Yeah, it's in my other palace bag.
Good. That's good. Okay, then we get the Torah in,
Oh, yeah, we'll make it a book.
and then you guys will be in the right spot.
Right.
The thing is, you know, you guys have to really work together for hot
look in these drawers.
Right, but your car's locked, right?
Yeah, but I can take it when we get home. Just a small bag. It's on a seat beside you. I don't need it now.
You don't need it, so I'll just bring it into
Yeah.
the house. Great. Okay.
Okay.